only the substantive traits. So make sure that if you have the content, do send the substantive traits. That would be highly appreciated. Only on my personal number, not to anyone else who might be sending. So just make a note of that. Cool. Yeah. Shivam, so like what about like we are entering documentation working paper, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, okay.
Sir,
Go delegate.
point of inquiry, the format for the substantive checks is the same as point of
You
information,
can ask.
right?
No. It's different. It's just from. You have to write on the top. You have to write substantive check. Cool. And then just mention the number of it. Substantive check 1, 2, 3, as on it goes. Then comes as a from. From means your own country, Austria. Then it says to EB. You don't have to send it to anyone else. Directly it's sent to the EB. Done. After that, you start writing up content. Make sure you're not writing content in long paragraphs and all. Just write it in points. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
What I'll be doing is right now, I've shared my screen, and any one of you can share your email ID in the chat box. I'll give the editable rights to that particular delegate, and they can pen down the things in this, and it'll be visible to every one of you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Can anyone please share the email ID so that I can give them the sharing rights? I'll be sharing the document to the delegate of China. Delegate of China, have you received the sharing rights? Editing rights?
Yes, sir.
Could you please open the document and please type anything so that I can verify once that you are able to.
Sir, editing rights are not there, sir. I don't have the editing rights.
Just a second. I guess you have type anything in the document.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got it.
Yeah. Delegates is anything which has been typed down by the delegate of China. Is it visible to all of you? So
Yeah.
you can discuss
Yes,
among
sir.
yourself and try to have a working paper of 10 solutions and try to submit me by what's the time? 12:15. I'll let you know what are the requirements. This will be the heading, working paper, Committee, United Nations General Assembly, SOCUM. Authors, all countries who are involved in the preparation of the same, and with their official names. For example, it's क्या कहते हैं Argentina. It's going to be Argentine Republic. Okay. 10 solutions, font style Times New Roman, font size, headings 14 and content 12. Is it clear to every one of you?
Yes, sir.
Cool. So now we'll be taking Delegate of Cuba speech. Post that you can start with the preparation. Delegate of Cuba, are you there in the committee?
Yes, I am there.
You can start with your speech.
Yes. When we talk about wars and conflicts, racism and xenophobia are the major reasons for it. And now it's a global issue. Henceforth, the government of Cuba has adopted following policies and made amendments in order to ensure that racism and xenophobia don't exist in the community. So, government of Cuba has created a program against racism and racial discrimination problem known as the Commission of Antonio Apto Commission. This organization deals with combating the racism and xenophobia for the people who are discriminated from the perspective of culture. Next, there are various action plans taken by the Cuban government. Second, there are high dues levied who are discriminating the minorities. The Cuban government has also adopted the multiculturalism, which not only helps in providing us knowledge, but also helps in disintegrating the cultural boundaries and building relations. According to Article 26 and 28, racism and xenophobia are strictly denied in Cuba. There are various advocating rights amended in the Constitution of Cuba in order to keep the interest of minorities and the immigrants. And this is also highlighted by the government of Cuba for
Rapper
new
delegate, you will
finance.
elapse your time. Next, we have the delegate of delegates wishing to ask a question and raise their hands. Go ahead, delegate of Australia.
Okay, thank you, sir, for the recognition. So, delegate of Cuba, there has been a recent case where Cuba's schools were on the walls of the schools. There were graffiti art which stated "No dogs or blacks." So here, blacks were considered equal to dogs according to the graffiti. And I know that there are several laws regarding this in Cuba, but there was no strict action taken against this. And also, not to mention, it was on the walls of the school. So the children of Cuba, the next generations, would have this mindset created if they keep seeing such things. And government has not yet taken any strict action on this, on such stuff. So what is the justification for this?
So the delegate of Australia, first of all, Cuba is already dealing with economic crisis. Henceforth, the government is focusing on resolving those by building moreover diplomatic relationships and other things. Second thing, government of Cuba has already taken an action and the particular case has been processed and it's still going on the court. Since Cuba does not like interference of press, because it wants to keep the country different from the international press, henceforth it has not been given. I think that answers your query.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you so much, delegate. Delegates, now you can start preparing your working paper. I'll be muting myself. If anything is required, you can call me in the committee. Cool?
Yes, sir.
Delegates, you can start suggesting the solutions.
China, do you have your WhatsApp on your laptop or something? You have it now? Okay.
Yes.
So we'll send it on the unofficial SOCUM group and you start adding it.
Yes. We'll have to discuss upon the topics because they have to be in detail and we have to provide proper description to them on how those solutions are going to be implemented on a global scale rather than just two people who are going to be talking to each other. So yes, you can start sending them on WhatsApp.
And one more thing, make sure that the solutions are unanimous. I'm repeating again.
Yes, it won't be country specific.
Yeah, don't make it country specific.
I've sent the official resolution on this topic on the group.
Delegate, we can't plagiarize. You have to
We can
write your
we can look it as like a format or a
This is a working paper. This doesn't have a really official format. That's the draft resolution. For that, we'll be following the form.
Yeah. We can maybe use that for the draft resolution USA, but for the working paper, you are not going to be so formal. Fine.
Delegates, please start sending the solutions.
And also mention your country while you're sending it, so that we can add only those people who are actually sending their solutions.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Delegate?
Do we have to mention our country's name while sending the resolution?
Yes, delegate.
Thank you.
China, start adding.
Yes. Okay, so the delegate of USA suggests committee undertakes to encourage, where appropriate, integration of multiracial organizations and movements and other means of eliminating barriers between races.
China, do one thing. First, copy paste everything, and then we all can read it once, and then remove what is not required, because reading each and everything will be difficult now. First paste everything, and then we'll see.
Excuse me.
That's better. Yes, France.
Who is the admin of unofficial group?
Uh,
Like, I have not been added to that group.
Delegate, I had sent the invite link already on the official group. Should I send it again on the?
No, yeah, please, because I joined the group late, right? So
Okay, I
could you
will.
please do it?
Yeah, no. Germany, I guess now you can join, right?
Yeah, thank you, Delegate of France.
Yes.
Delegates promoting NGOs and helping NGOs collaborate. That I'll take. But below that, I think the topic is repetitive.
Yeah, I agree. Like many of the
Correct
points are
education
repeating.
must be given. That comes under multiculturalism. Anti-foreign statements are to be dealt with as per the regions.
The multiculturalism and the education, many delegates are actually repeating it. So try to find unique solutions and then add them, China. Don't keep on adding the multiculturalism or a thing that everyone's adding.
For this point, the executive and judicial organs must be fair in their standing. Delegate, that is a mandate of every country. So I'm not going to take that as a
Yeah, sorry.
solution.
Actually, these are just my like rough notes. I've not like read them thoroughly. You can just ignore if some point is invalid or like just too stupid to be considered.
Committee undertakes not to sponsor. That is a mandate. Countries can reserve 5% seats. Stand up for people being harassed. No. Yes. Delegate of Argentina, very good solution.
Are we allowed to add full stops in the working paper?
No, I'll edit that later. I'll add semicolons.
No, delegate, in the working paper it is allowed. Only in the draft
Yeah.
resolution. No.
Like
Then
working
no
paper
problem.
has no format, right?
Yeah,
That's why.
working paper is an informal documentation.
Delegates, 2 more points. I see all of these points are repetitive.
Delegate of China, did you see the point by Delegate of Commonwealth of Australia?
Non-discriminatory law enforcement, I believe, added that.
Delegate of China, you also haven't checked the solution proposed by Delegate of Russia.
Delegate of the Russian Federation.
I'm sorry, Delegate of China, could you please mention the point where you mentioned that?
For the 7th and 8th point, it deals with towards the minorities of the government's actions is dealt in a more elaborate way.
Could you please scroll the slide?
You can't see it.
We can, but the 8 point is not fully visible.
That's
Only the
not,
first
I can't do anything about that. That is not my screen that I'm sharing.
Oh, okay, right. Sorry. My bad.
So, Delegate of the Russian Federation, can you please send your solution once again?
Okay.
Delegate of China, could you please copy that 7th and 8th point and send it on the group? I want to read the 8th one.
I guess this should help.
Denmark, sorry, who's this? China, check out for points now. From Denmark, from me, from USA, what is she saying? The committee shall take effective measures to receive.
Delegate, the United Nations is a recommendatory body. You can't amend or nullify any laws and regulations of another country.
No, but I believe the country, like they can provide suggestions, but make sure that it does not specify the fact that you are plagiarized, right? USA.
I had got that point from the official ICERD website. So,
Delegate, as I said, you can't plagiarize the points. The solutions have to be your own solutions that you have sat down and thought.
okay, thank you.
Delegates, one last point.
China, could you scroll the points once?
That's not in my control. It's the chairperson's screen that is sharing.
Oh,
I cannot alter that.
so could you, no wait, excuse me, sir.
Delegate of China, you can like add my solution to the 4th point because it is related to NGOs.
Promoting NGOs. Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Shivam sir. I don't believe he's there.
Delegate of China, so the points that are repetitive, so are you reframing it or just selecting the one point from the particular?
I'm just right now I'm just trying to put points into it. We'll discuss on how we are going to elaborate on the points and the correct framing of the points.
Okay.
Delegate of China, is it possible for you to send that Google Slides or whatever that is, Google Docs?
Google Docs, I'll have to take permission from Shivam sir for actually sharing the Google Docs. But no
Okay,
problem.
because reading that isn't possible right now.
Yes,
What
China,
happened, Delegate?
sir,
Yes, sir.
could you stop sharing your screen so that China could, share and scroll whenever the delegates?
Yeah, because it's only visible till the 7th point for us.
Yes, sir.
So, or you can just.
I am not allowed to give the share screen right to any of the delegates. Is it so that's the reason? And at any point you can call me, I'll do the same.
Okay,
Just
sir.
what I'll do is, are you done with the first 6 points?
Sir, we are yet to frame the points properly.
Okay. Whenever you need me, you can ask me. Cool?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, delegates. Now that you can see.
One
the
more
9
point, right?
Yes, one more point. Right.
Can we put this as like advocating things for the immigrants, because there aren't much laws for the immigrants in all of the countries if we talk.
Delegates, if you all of the countries which have racism, they claim that they advocate for the racist minorities. We need to suggest solutions which we can implement globally, something which is not already being implemented.
Delegate of China,
Yes.
I did not understand how the 8th point is regarding the point I shared. It's about sports organizations, isn't it?
That was the point presented by the delegate of Denmark.
Yeah, right. So the point that I presented, did you go through that?
Yes, that is the 8th point.
How is that the 8th point though? I did not get it. Could you please explain?
Delegate of Denmark, could you care to explain the 8th point?
Yeah, 1 second. I'm sending a solution and I'll do that. Yeah. What are you asking, Australia? Yeah. Could you please elaborate on your query first?
The point that I shared on the group is about the non-discriminatory law enforcement in any country, and it should be supported by recruiting and retention of officers from different backgrounds, cultures, ethnicity, etc. And then the delegate of China told me that it is included in the 8th point, although I'm not sure how that is done. So
The point you made, like the main essence of it has been like included in all the points.
Yeah, like the theme is there shouldn't be any discrimination in any fields, right?
Yeah.
One is the sports one, which is there in the 8th point, and then there are most of the points which are explaining about these things are present in the like points which are already been on the working paper, right? Like job opportunities and political rights, everything. Political rights is a good one though. Wait, I'll send that one. Oh, I've sent it already. China, I've sent 1 point, like right now in the unofficial SOCUM. Or is it already there? I'm not sure. Just check once.
Which point?
The one I've sent right now. Is it the repeated point or I don't know? Just check once.
Organization of complaint committees and making people aware of them.
Yeah, and providing equal job and political opportunities.
I'm refraining from putting that in the working paper because countries already claim to have that. Countries claim to have a quota reserved for every minority present in the country.
Wait.
Yes, delegate, cyber racism, we will implement it, but we'll have to elaborate on that. Shivam sir, could you please scroll to the first point?
Shyam sir.
Sir, chairperson.
Yes, delegate.
Sir, could you just scroll to the first point? Just the first sentence of the first point.
To which point?
The
First point. Yes, sir, that's it. Okay, delegates. Now we'll have to elaborate on these solutions. The committee undertakes to encourage, where appropriate, integrationist, multiracial organizations and movements and other means of eliminating barriers between races and to discourage anything which tends to strengthen. Sir, how do you intend on doing that? Whoever suggested that point? A description of how this is supposed to be.
Delegate of China, can you repeat which point?
The first point. Sir, which multiracial organizations are you talking about, and how do you implement it in the respective countries? Delegates, I need participation.
Like Delegate of China, I feel like this point the committee undertakes to encourage where appropriate international multicultural organizations, right? So point 4, promoting NGOs, like those are also organizations. So point 1 can be a sub point for clause 4.
Exactly, so that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
The delegate of China actually regards to the first point I haven't written, but I think whoever has written it means that probably when you're encouraging people from two different cultures, they'll probably get together more, nicely. Then once you discourage a different community people, then there would be more racial discrimination, rise to racial discrimination too. So I think that's what they're trying to say right over here.
But delegate, that is naturally understood that like racism should not be promoted and countries should help in bridging the gaps.
So
It's
that's
okay, delegate. No, it's fine.
Okay, the second point, promoting social diversity in education. This could be done to training. Okay, that point is all right. In itself, it's all right. Third, launch campaigns for raising awareness of political and professional decision makers and mobilizing them against racist propaganda spread via the new information technologies. Sir, which campaigns for raising awareness?
Anti-discrimination campaigns, anti-xenophobic campaigns, or wait, I have this one also. Wait, I'll give it. Where did it go? Give me a second, China. I'm searching the act.
Delegates, we once again need another point. Because these points will
The
go
Act
against.
on the Prohibition of Differences of Treatment in the Labor Market.
Could you send it on WhatsApp?
Can I send it on the Zoom chat?
Yeah, no problem.
Delegate of China.
Yes.
The second point, we can add that international exchange of students can help in anti-discrimination.
Yes.
Yeah, because then we get to know more different types of cultures and ethnicities and all.
And introducing international exchange
of students.
Student exchange programs.
Yeah.
I've sent the act name, China.
Yes.
So you can give a reference to that in the third class.
Delegate, it's not allowing me to copy it from the Zoom chat. Okay, I'll just type it from the Act on the Prohibition of Differences of Treatment.
No, I'll send again. Type it.
Differences of treatment.
Russia, I believe that is already there in the points that are mentioned below. Like the fifth point, media network must be also unbiased and report fully what is correct. So let's just stop focusing on media and education right now. Try to find something which is more out of the box, because media and education are already present on the points. Even hate speech, for that matter of fact.
Yes.
Yeah. You removed the fourth point here, China. What was it?
It was actually, I put it as a subpart of the first point.
Okay. So now, since you put it again in the first point only, we need one more point.
Yes.
Delegate of China, could you please check on the point I just sent?
There should be more laws on racism via art like graffiti. It isn't on some buildings and government offices graffiti already illegal. Doesn't matter if it's hate art or fan art.
It is, but the society is not currently following, like in many countries, not only few. Many countries, the laws are not strict and people go on the roads
Delegate,
to do it
in a
without.
lot of countries, laws against murder are as strict as death sentences. Yet murder happens.
It's only about a few countries. Most of the countries, according to my research, the graffiti art and all, there are no such strict laws which
Delegate,
only give
it
death
is
sentences.
controversial because we are making a unanimous working paper. We have to take into consideration all the countries and their policies.
It's also another point, graffiti art cannot be exactly traced. So what is the point of having a law if you can't really blame someone?
Yes.
Australia, try to find out the solutions that you had put in your speech only. I believe those were more unanimous.
Okay, sure. I'll send that as well.
Yeah. Right now, I don't believe all the delegates have sent their solutions yet. Delegates, please send your solutions, or else you'll not be added to the name of authors.
There's a maximum of 5 authors.
No, for working paper, there's no restriction.
So for working papers, you need 18 authors.
Yeah, you're right. All the authors, I believe. Sir, I think sir has already typed down all the. What has he typed? I don't remember. Wait.
Yeah, all country names with their official
Yeah,
country
all
names.
country. Yeah. Nothing. Italy hasn't sent yet. Norway, have you sent?
Norway has sent it, I guess.
Supporting human rights. That is not a
Excuse me.
desirable solution. Norway. Yeah, Italy.
Yes, I have sent many, like 2 to 3.
Yes, Italy has sent. Italy has sent.
Okay. Have you added that, China?
No, they were repetitive.
Okay. Germany hasn't sent any solutions, I believe. So has Brazil.
Delegate of China, the point which I recently sent, I don't think that should be considered as an independent point. It can be added as a subtopic in one of the points that I already mentioned.
Which?
The internet discrimination?
Yeah, hotline one.
If you read the 6th point, I guess that speaks of it.
Again, I cannot see the 6th one, so I do not remember which one was it.
Particularly online, a code of conduct could be put into place imposing sanctions for violation, and institutions, media, and the internet can self-regulate. And initiatives strengthening police training in hate crimes, focusing on improving police handling of the victims of hate crime, need to be put in place.
Exactly.
That's the point.
Yeah.
So that describes it better.
See, one could be about, having annual checks and all, but I mean, countries are already having it, so I don't.
Delegates, what about inclusion of models and actors from the minority of the country?
That I've sent. You didn't
That
add
is sent already, I think. I've sent that one as well.
Yes, exactly. I'll add that.
Which one?
Yeah, you can add about beauty pageants and all also.
Can someone just phrase it properly and send it?
Could I know what point we are talking about?
Okay, sure. It's about different race actors and models, including in a country. Like beauty pageants and all, they do not encourage different races of models and all about that.
But I believe like it has improved a lot though.
But
there are many agencies.
Scope of development.
Yeah, there are.
Diversity is being promoted in that area, right? There have been
Delegate of Argentina, I believe I researched on a topic. I also sent a point of information to USA because they have taken steps, but they're not adequate.
And yes, this is globally. We're not looking at just a country. So
I was just giving an example. USA.
No, I'm saying that this might be promoted by some countries, but not all countries. So that's what I'm saying.
The majority prevails here.
No, but it should be universal, right?
No, I framed it wrong.
Delegates, we can't use the word black models.
Yeah, I know. I'm changing it. Wait, I just copy pasted it.
How about African American? Can we use that? or like
Yes.
African descent. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
we
it
can
needs to
use
be,
No, no,
African.
no. But
it
African
needs to be
American is
universal,
again.
right?
Yeah, African
It needs,
American cannot be used. Blacks,
yeah,
African American.
because this has to be unanimous. So we can add the word of races.
No, we
Because,
can say racially disadvantaged section.
In the
Yeah.
Can we say
if you look at
marginalized
the Zoom,
sections?
if you look at the
China had racially disadvantaged sections or something like that. Don't target on South.
China or
Yeah,
It
because
minor
already-
along with blacks,
communities
Asians
I've
are also
already
there.
framed a point.
Black
If you-
Asian.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
minor communities, minor communities, minor
Racially
communities.
minor communities.
Delegates, if you could please look at the shared screen on Zoom, I've already framed.
Minority actors does not
Yeah,
specify.
promoting
Yeah,
Minorities
it's
in the respective countries, delegates. Minorities in the respective countries.
So you should specify it. Wait, where are you?
it should be
To
racially
the
or
different
something.
communities otherwise, to the different communities, towards the different communities.
Racially disadvantaged or ethnic minorities, whatever you can write them.
Yeah, because the fourth point which you had written was not related to our topic, races.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
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 Okay. Well,
Yes.
And in the end, you can add to promote respect towards them.
Towards
Minorities. Yeah, fine.
Or minority is also fine.
Okay, moving to the fifth point. Media networks must also be unbiased and report fully what is correct and refrain from patronizing communities or even antagonizing them. How do you, who sent this?
I'll wait. I'll phrase it
Delegate
in
of
a better
Japan
manner.
had sent this. Yes.
Wait.
I believe you can use these solutions in the draft resolution also, right?
Yes, that's the
Yeah.
purpose of a working paper.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Great. Now,
Yeah, that is better, China.
the sixth point. Yes, you can't see the whole thing.
Sir, EV members, if someone's present, could they please scroll? Sir,
Sir, chairperson.
any EB member?
Not any EB member. We need Shivam, sir. He's sharing the screen.
So they can contact na at least. We can't even do. Okay, wait.
What happened? What happened?
Ma'am, we will
Shivan sir.
chairperson. We need him to scroll.
Do you want the help of the EB member?
We need
Yes,
the help of
Ma'am,
Shivam.
we
I
just
request
need
you
to
to
scroll the screen down.
Yeah, Shivam sir has shared the screen and we are unable to see after the sixth point. So we need him to scroll the page.
Shivam, please scroll the. Shivam, please, would you scroll the screen? I think the chairperson has shared the screen, isn't it?
Yes.
Aragil, are you there? No, Shivam shared the screen. Okay. Maybe he's. I'll call him. All right, I'll call Shivam, sir. Give me a moment, children. Give me a moment. Yes.
Till then, China, type all the authors.
Yeah, no, till then, delegate of China, you can send the points on WhatsApp group, and from there we can take reference.
Okay, please then do not post more information or it will get engraved somewhere.
Yeah, yeah.
That I sent it.
Yes, delegates.
Sir, we need you to scroll the screen.
So from the sixth to the 10th point.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
A code of conduct could be put into place enforcing sanctions for violations, and institutions, media, and the internet can self-regulate. Initiatives focusing on police training in hate crimes and handling of victims can be put in place.
Yes. Any suggestions or any changes? Or it's okay?
I believe that is fine.
Okay. Adopting a law on affirmative action policies to ensure equal access to higher education and to the public labor market.
This is not fine because
Yeah.
Acha, do one thing, replace it with ethnic minorities. But I think now
Higher education and public labor market, how does that?
No, I think this is now plagiarized from somewhere.
Yeah.
Remove that, China. Remove the whole point only.
We need another point.
Delegates, I suggest that till the point we get a new point, we should discuss the remaining points.
Yeah,
Okay.
I even want everyone to turn on your camera. On the live streaming, it is looking really bad, children. With the camera switched off, it is not looking good at all on a live platform. So everyone has to turn on your cameras, irrespective of any issue that you face should be addressed to me.
Okay. Then it's discussing the 8th point. Sports organization should have a view to combat.
Please turn on your cameras. Until then, we don't proceed. Turn on all the cameras except Haragya has already informed me.
Ma'am, I just want to clarify, if I go out of Zoom, can you still see my camera?
Yeah, we can see you.
Okay, thank you.
Now we cannot see you.
Ma'am, that's the problem when I'm switching to Google Docs.
You're on phone, right?
In that case, that is fine. Otherwise, camera should be turned on. Delegate of Korea, Netherlands, Italy. Yes. Also the EB members. Please carry on.
Thank you.
Delegate of China, can you check the chat? I have given the solution for the 7th point.
Finland, yes, but if you're not providing any solutions, is it fair enough to put your name in the working paper where other delegates are actually digging deep to find unanimous solutions? Do you feel it fair, Finland?
Russia knows the solution 4 and 7. No, you can't reduce the number of hate speeches.
At least send a unanimous solution then Finland so that we can, address it. Even so that at least say Finland has sent something.
Solution 7 giving equal amount of salary, that too is already covered.
Basically, I just had a small doubt and add in my speech that despite of there are many laws that are supporting racism and but yet like in all the countries in general there are reports saying they are segregating themselves. So can we at this point somewhere like
basically proper implementations of the laws which are already been like taken into consideration, right, Cuba?
Around the hello, am I audible?
Yeah, Cuba, what you're trying to suggest is proper implementation of the laws that have already been taken into consideration through check groups, whatsoever, right? Okay.
I'm sorry, I got disconnected.
No, Delegate, you're trying to suggest the fact that proper implementation of the laws that have already been taken into consideration, right?
Wait, I can phrase that point.
Because
Actually, I think we should put it at the last because then
Yeah, we can do that, USA. China, do one thing, make the 8, 9, 10 points as 7, 8, 9 respectively, and then add this one at the end. Yes. What you can do is proper implementation of these laws that have taken into consideration or whatsoever you write through check groups which are formed by global platforms or global organizations like the United Nations.
Ma'am, is it fine if I turn off my video? I'm facing network issue.
Oh. And delegate, I believe, like point 10, like urging law enforcement authorities to enforce guidelines, like it should be naturally understood. Perhaps you can include a point regarding like what to do if one of these points is broken or if like racism is happening. Like maybe
It was suggested by a delegate that put it in.
Yeah, like so like I am also suggesting this, like perhaps you can discuss on like what to do if a country is like violating them frequently.
Delegate, all countries naturally deny the accusations of violating.
Yeah, that is true, but if they are violating and they have been caught, what then? What about that? They're like denial can't always be accepted. That's just not, fair.
So you suggest that law enforcement authorities should be made to perform better if a case of racism has been found and not before.
No. Like I'm saying that if a country, like see, we are suggesting these points, right? If a country is violating them frequently, like something must be done, right? Otherwise, what's the point of us writing these resolutions?
Delegates, United Nations is a recommendatory body, except the UNSC, which can actually enforce. But other than that, the United Nations can't do anything but recommend the countries.
Right. Sure.
Shubham, sorry to interrupt. May I ask the chair when can we leave for the break? It is already past 12, right, as per the itinerary.
Okay, ma'am, till when is the break?
1 o'clock.
It is till 1.
Okay, so like we'll start the committee at 1, right, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, so delegates, you can utilize this as your break. Like I'll definitely recommend that have a lunch, and after that, if you have time, then you can work upon the working paper. So now the committee stands for break till 1 p.m. Cool. And the chits will resume after 1 p.m. itself. I know I have written 12:30, but I want you guys to have a lunch, and as well as I'll also have my lunch. So the chit submission will be starting from 1, and the deadline for the chits is 2 p.m. because we have to submit the awards by 3. So the deadline for all the chits is by 2 p.m. Cool. No single chit would be accepted at 2:01. Okay.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Delegates who wish to break for lunch may do so. And if you wish to suggest during this break any points, no problem. As we are only left to discuss the 7th,
Yeah,
8th,
let's
9th,
do
and
it
10th.
quickly.
Let's just do it quickly and
Yeah.
Because as per the chat, the agenda was to have completed this working paper by 12.
No, but then I believe the mock just got stretched to the it got beyond the time that was suggested, that was given. So I believe
So let's utilize this break, delegate.
Yeah.
And those who want to go eat can do so.
Delegate delegate of Russia, the suggestion which has put has already been utilized. I think so.
Prohibiting the dissemination of any information aimed at initiation.
Yeah, 2
Basically, protecting your personal information, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That. Do one thing, China, stricter laws on cyber racism, discrimination. Please frame it properly.
Yes, I have to frame it properly.
Could you start discussing at 12:30, 12:45? Right now, just take a break.
Sorry,
sir, you weren't audible. Could you repeat?
I am saying right now, you please take a break and just before the ending of the break, you can discuss a bit. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Fine, delegates. Then whoever finishes their lunch, quickly, they can come and stay here, and we can start discussing about the last 3 points and complete it quickly.
And please think of one unique solution.
Actually, I had sent a suggestion for that point in the chat. So I guess you have to check that out.
Yeah. No, not required.
Okay.
But do one thing, China, share your screen with a blank document and we'll start with the DR, right?
The DR, I'm just turning the working paper that we made. I'm just turning that into the draft resolution, adding pre-ambulatory clauses.
Okay.
Because I'll be referring to Google and different apps, so it will be.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I have sent a list of actionable clauses which are required to be put before the points right on the group, so you can refer to those.
I have some preambulatory and operative phrases, clauses, both in the pamphlet. Should I send it on the group?
Yeah, send it on the group.
Delegates, I need the country names of 5 authors.
Sorry?
I need country names of 5 authors.
Sponsors.
Sorry, five sponsors. Sorry.
China will look at the sponsors at the end. Wait, let's first complete with this thing only.
I have sample resolution also. Should I send it too?
It's there on the WhatsApp.
Yeah. But what was the topic of the sample resolution you had, USA?
So one, I sent the official resolution of this assembly, and the sample resolution given in my pamphlet is not related to our topic.
Okay, then it's okay, fine.
You guys know what the font and the size of the font is, right?
Yeah, Times New Roman, I believe font size 12, and keep the formatting a little professional. That's it.
Yeah. China is only making the Word document, right?
Yeah, he's just formatting the working paper into the draft resolution because the solutions are going to be the same, right?
So you just have to do the preambulatory clauses, and then that's it.
3 preambulatory clauses, and I think we'll also have
Operative clauses also we will have to use.
repeat, Russia. Russia, what did you say?
I think that we will have to use operative clauses also in
Yeah,
solutions.
operative clauses is
The
it will
solutions.
come when you put
Or
the
operative
solution. Brazil?
3 to 4 operative clauses.
Yeah, the operative clauses will come with the solutions.
There is some formatting the draft resolution.
Yes. China, did you put the 3 preambulatory clauses?
Yes.
Okay, great.
When it's finished, I'll share the screen.
Yes. last one, United Nations, not UN. Yeah, good point.
And full form of NGOs also.
That
Yeah,
is
it's written.
written.
It's written.
That is written.
It's United Nations and also I think UNSA. Or, wait, I did not see the word correct.
So, if we can either put the clauses as Italian or sorry, yeah, italics, or we can underline it, right?
Yes, but I believe I think we should use italics because that is what has been used in the sample data. That's why it is.
Okay, but I think sponsors also we should at least make it bold. Sponsors and signatories. The only the sponsors part and the signatories part.
That is also not in bold in the sample.
It's not needed. I don't think so. It's like
Yeah,
necessary for that.
Yeah, it is not given that we have to give sponsors and signatories names in bold.
Yeah. China, I think we are good to go. You can submit it to the EB right now.
Yeah, one thing before submitting, I'm not sure what I noticed, but
Okay.
the actually jumble, the view should be it should be right after the date, but then it's at the last. It's after original.
No, delegate. View is after the date only. Wait, let me check. Yeah, it is after the date only.
It's after the date, right?
Yeah.
No, in the document which we composed right now.
Both
China.
the documents. I cross-checked.
And also in the document, is there a border needed?
Come again, Brazil.
In the document, the draft resolution, is there the border needed?
Actually,
outer border.
yes.
Border. Oh.
Not
at-
required. Not any such
I
order.
don't think.
What is required?
Yes, sir.
So the draft resolution has been sent.
Would you please come again, delegate?
So the draft resolution has been sent.
Just a second, looking into it. To my email ID.
Sir, on email ID and WhatsApp both.
Just a second, delegate. Cool. Sponsors: people, PRC, Denmark, State of Japan, Australia, USA. Signatories: Argentine, Kingdom, Norway, Canada. Japan. Agenda: deliberation upon reaffirming, recalling, and stressing three preambulatory, emphasizing the will and determination of all governments and urges. For the sub point, for the point, who has made the draft of the resolution? Can someone please let me know who has made the draft of the resolution?
Sir, the delegate of China, sir, me.
China, please open a draft and yourself, and I'll be letting you know in the changes, and you can do it side by side. Cool.
Yes, sir, it's open.
For the sub point, for the point, clause 1, sub clause 1 and clause 2, make B in capital letters.
Okay, sir. I have to change it for the entire resolution.
Yup. That needs to be changed. What is draft resolution 41A?
So, just a name for the resolution, nothing else.
Not required, only keep it draft resolution.
Okay, sir.
Just a second, delegates. So we'll be starting with the resolution. As soon as I get the final draft of the resolution, we will start with the discussion process.
Yes, sir, sending it on WhatsApp, the final resolution. Yes, sir, send on WhatsApp.
And Delegates, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sure.
Yes, sir.
Is my screen visible to all of you?
Yes.
Yes, sure.
So there has been a resolution which has been presented to the executive board. Just a second. So there's been a resolution which has been presented to the executive board for the agenda: deliberation over combating racism, racial discrimination, and xenophobia and other related intolerances. The sponsors for this particular resolution stands to be People's Republic of China, Kingdom of Denmark, State of Japan, Commonwealth of Australia, and United States of America. Now, coming upon the signatories to this particular resolution stands to be Argentine Republic, Kingdom of Norway, Republic of Austria, Federative Republic of Brazil, Republic of Cuba, Republic of, I guess it's French Republic, I'm not wrong, when it comes to the France.
The delegate
Sir, it
suggestions,
is French Republic.
We consider it as Republic of France as well. Republic of Italy, Kingdom of Netherlands, Republic of Korea, Russian Federation, United Kingdom of the Great Britain and the Northern Ireland, Federal Republic of Germany, and Republic of Finland. Coming up on the preambulatories, there have been 4 preambulatories. I guess we are in. Can anyone please let me know if we are in a live stream or not?
We aren't.
We are not.
We are.
No, sir, we are not in a live stream.
No, sir, we are not in live stream.
Then I'll ask for the secretariat to start with the live stream.
Kush, are you here?
Is someone from the secretariat in the meeting?
I don't have even his number as a text you.
Kush, are you there in the meeting?
I'll call, sir. I'll call one of the secretary members.
Haryakun, can you please call Kush and ask him to start with the live
Yeah,
stream?
yeah. I'm calling. I'm calling. Hello. Shivam sir, I've informed him. He's doing that.
We'll wait for the live stream, and as soon as the live stream starts, I'll start with the DI discussion.
Shyam sir, जैसे कि it's already live stream already चल रही है with yourself.
Just a second.
But I guess हमें notification आता वो नहीं आया. But still they are saying that live stream is going on.
Arya, do one thing, as it's just 10 minutes left for the break. We can't start with the documentation discussion, it will take time. So, Delegate of Germany, have you given your GSL speech? Delegate of Germany, have you given your GSL speech?
Sir, I have sent it to Haragya, sir.
Delegate of Korea, have you sent your GSL speech? Have you given your second GSL speech?
Wait. I haven't received. Shyam sir, wait. Did you Germany have you sent a GSL speech as a substantive yet? Because
What,
I'll be
sir?
marking the GSL speech which you have sent me as a substantive yet, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Delegate of Korea, have you given your GSL speech?
Sir, yesterday I gave. Today also I have to give a what?
For today.
Yes, sir, I can give. I haven't given today.
You want to give, you don't want to give?
Yes, sir, I want to. I've prepared for it.
You can start with the GSL. Hargya, please take the GSL speeches for Korea and Austria. Then we'll have a break and then we'll start with the committee. 3:30 for the DR discussion.
Sir, I have
Excuse me,
sent
sir.
my speech through the substantive check. So do I say it again or what?
Just say it as speech. I won't mark it as substantive. Don't worry. Just speak up as a GSL.
Chance, as you're the last speaker, you'll be speaking post lunch when we are done with the DR voting.
Okay, sir.
Okay, Delegate of France?
So shall I take out
Thank
Korea
you.
and Austria, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Korea, Austria, and the last speaker, like the reserve speaker, will be France, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, Delegate of Korea. Wait, just let me start my timer. Just 1 second.
Sir.
I'll screen share instead. I'll screen share. I can't screen share. Yeah, just start. Just GSM.
So can I start?
Yeah, at a count of 3, 2, 1, you can start. You have 90 seconds, Delegate. Delegate of Korea, you may start, please.
Yes, sir. Okay.
You may start your GSL, Delegate.
Yes, sir, I'm starting. Good morning, delegates of the House and Chairperson. With the prior permission of the Executive Board, the Delegate of Korea would like to speak on the agenda, Deliberation over combating racism, discrimination, xenophobia, and other intolerances. The delegate is more than honored to be a part of this meeting and solve preceding issue at hand today. Korea is a largely homogeneous country. Historically, this has presented many challenges for mixed Korean races. Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, Delegate. The time is going on.
Okay. So can I start again? Actually, I was not sure about.
Yeah, just start again. Start. You may start.
Good morning, delegates of the House and Chairperson. With the prior permission of the Executive Board, the Delegate of Korea would like to speak on the agenda, Deliberation over combating racism, discrimination, xenophobia, and other intolerances. The delegate is more than honored to be a part of this meeting and solve the preceding issue at hand today. Korea is a largely homogeneous country. Historically, this has presented many challenges for mixed race Koreans. Human rights in Korea are codified in the Constitution of the Republic of Korea, which compiles the legal rights of its citizens. These rights are protected by the Constitution and include amendments in national referendum. According to the Freedom in the World Index, Korea is considered to have a high human rights record for human freedom in civil and political rights. These are constitutional rights which prohibit discrimination on the basis of sex, religion, and social status. Multiculturalism has many benefits. It encourages open-mindedness amongst different groups of people and it dispels negative stereotypes. Multicultural education values different students' culture and prepares students to thrive in a diverse world. At its core, multicultural education fosters equality and equity. It establishes the reality of philosophical ideas in the classroom environment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate. You have around 8 seconds left. How would you like to lead your time? Delegate of Korea.
I would like to give it to the EB.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of Korea. The next delegate we have is a delegate of Austria. Austria, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Delegate of, yeah, my charter speech. You have 90 seconds.
Xenophobia has always existed, but the world has experienced a surge in the recent years. People who express xenophobia typically believe that their culture or nation is superior, want to keep immigrants out of their community, and may even engage in actions that are detrimental to those who are perceived as outsiders. The past of Austria is not that good in terms of racism and xenophobia. However, the improvement and progress they made explains why it comes under the top 10 least racist countries. Some of the steps taken are: Austria has published a code of honor of good journalism. This code prohibits discrimination based on race, ethnicity, religion, nationality, and gender. The most interesting initiatives in the media gives members of ethnic minorities the opportunity to broadcast programs in their own languages. Austria tripled the security fundings for Jews to work against anti-Semitism. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate. You have around, just give me 1 second. Yeah, you have around 30 seconds. How would you like to lead your time?
To the EB.
Okay, thank you. Shivam sir, are you here? Shivam sir?
Yes, Jiarga.
Yeah, we have done. I've done with both the rounds of both the speakers about GSL, Korea, and Austria. Now, shall we move to the DR?
We'll start with the DR discussion at exactly 3:30.
Okay, so like we keep on like what shall we do right now?
Break for 30 minutes. The short break after that.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So delegates, at this point of time, we have a break that is scheduled. So the committee will start at 3:30. It's 2:56 right now. And after break, we'll take one GSL that is by Delegate of France, and then we'll move to the
Sir,
document.
Okay,
Yes, Delegate.
I have pinged you on WhatsApp regarding a doubt. Could you please check that out?
Yes, Delegate, I'll check. Actually, I was moderating the session, so I wasn't active on WhatsApp. I'll check that. Don't
Okay,
worry.
sir. Thank you.
What's your country? Japan, right? No,
No,
Australia.
it's Australia.
No.
delegates are we क्या कहते हैं back in the committee?
Shivam sir, before you
Have you
start, can I just clarify one thing from the delegates? Yeah, I have just substantive checks are left. The rest I have updated, like on the link which I have sent. Delegates, one thing I want to clear. I guess as of my record, just I'm making it final. POI checks have already been discussed with you guys. So I guess I have around. Wait, yeah. So I have 5 delegates have sent me substantive checks. I'll recall their names. I'll repeat their names. Just verified ones. Denmark, France, Argentina, Germany, Australia. Is there any other delegate whose name I've skipped and that delegate has sent me these substantive checks? Only substantive I'm talking. Cool. Seeing none, it's final. Thanks. Yes, Shivam sir, just I'm uploading the substantive marking within the next 5 minutes. It's almost done.
Cool.
Sir. Excuse me, sir.
Yes, delegate.
Point of inquiry. Can I please do my GSL after the Republic of France, Delegate of France?
Who is that particular?
Australia, Commonwealth of Australia.
No delegate, we won't be recognizing any further speakers for now.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Delegates, please turn on your camera for a second. Here, how do we hide the non-video participants? Can please anyone let me know?
You can click on.
There will be an option.
And then any non-video participant, you can just right click on them.
In the video settings, there is an option.
Got it.
Okay.
Delegates, I'll be taking a screenshot. Delegate of Australia, you're not visible in the committee. Not an issue, delegate. We'll try to accommodate that as well. Delegates, please face towards the camera for a second. Face towards the camera with a happy face. Then I'll be clearing. Everyone is good to go? Wait a second, delegates. Delegate of Norway, we are waiting for you. Thank you so much. I'll be taking the screenshot. Delegate of USA, please look towards the camera. Now I'll be starting this meeting.
Sir, are we done or not?
Yeah, we are done.
So we can just take screenshot like rather than phone se lene se.
I have done that only.
Acha, ठीक है.
Delegates, just a second. Delegates, could you please give me 5 minutes, then we'll start with the TR discussion. Cool.
Okay, so
Shivam sir, I've just added substantive checks also. You can just find it and do it. Okay.
Cool.
Delegate of Cuba, have you sent me a speech of? Yeah, you have. I have. I forgot.
Yes, sir. Point of inquiry. Excuse me, sir.
Yes, yes. Go ahead. Go ahead, Delegate. Go ahead.
Since I was not able to give my GSL like the second one, and the
Chill,
chits.
chill. Yeah, not an issue, delegates. If you have given your GSL at least once, then it is not an issue. Cool. I said I texted you in that case scenario if you have not given your GSL. Cool. That's why it's not an issue. Okay.
Is it possible for me to send it to you via the substantive chits because they are closed right now?
Delegate, see, if I allow you right now, that would be quite biased and it won't be non-justiciable as compared to, because I have suspended the floor. So at that moment, I was also not considering. So don't worry, till that as per the time frame which you have sent the chits, that are marked. Okay.
Okay, sir, no problem.
I hope it's clear, delegate. Cuba, can you just send me a hi on my WhatsApp text again?
Sure, sir.
Hello. Is the chairman member present?
Yes, we are starting with the committee. I just waiting for a minute. I'm just going through the DR and we are starting the committee in a minute. Delegates, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Just a second, delegate.
Yes, sir.
Delegates, now we'll be starting with the final discussion of the draft resolution. Do let me know if my screen is visible to all of you. Okay?
Yes.
What we'll be doing is for the DR. Yeah. So what we'll be doing for every clause, I'll be start reading. So first, I'll be starting with the preambulatory clauses. Reaffirming the values and the principles of human dignity and equality enshrined in the Charter of United Nations and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, recalling the United Nations Declaration of Granting of Independence to colonial countries and peoples of 1960, stressing on the importance of International Convention of Elimination of all forms of racial discrimination and other relevant international conventions and declarations which contribute to fight against racism and racial discrimination, emphasizing the will and determination of all governments of the region to combat racism. Yeah, just a second. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Emphasizing the will and determination of all governments of the region to combat racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, relating intolerances in their forms of manifestations. Clause 1 of the now we'll be going towards the operative clauses. Clause 1 stands to be urges the committee to encourage where appropriate intergrainist multiracial organizations and movements and other means of eliminating barriers between races and to discourage anything which tends to strengthen racial division. Subclause 1, by promoting NGOs and helping NGOs to collaborate with committee on elimination of racial discrimination movements related to xenophobia, racism, and other related intolerances by encouraging or funding NGOs or civil society groups to bring societal reforms to curb discrimination and racism. Now there stands to be a question to the committee from the side of the executive board. What set of legal framework will be established for the NGOs under which they will be working? Because at the end of the day, there stands to be a regulatory framework for the NGOs which are working. So how the committee stands to plan a regulatory framework for the NGOs?
So the committee will establish a framework for the NGOs as per the committee's mandate and the agreement of the countries itself. So if the country promotes demotes racism, the NGOs may follow the same framework, which is and the same ideology followed by the country on the committee itself.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Clause number 2 recommends the member states to include social diversity in education, as this could be done through training of teachers in the prevention of xenophobic conflicts in all educational settings through the design of specific tools based on human rights principles and introducing international student exchange programs. Cool, not an issue. Urges the member states to launch anti-discrimination under the Act of Prohibition of Differences of Treatment in the Labor Market, campaigns for raising awareness of political and professional decision makers and mobilizing them against racist propaganda spread via the new information technologies. How the funding for the information technologies is being planned by the committee?
The information technologies simply relates to the social media.
I'm talking about the funding.
Yes, so the funding, as per, I guess, the consent of the Delegate of the United States of America, as they might have agreed before, and China will provide the funding for this new information technologies.
Thank you so much. Condemns the building of barriers amongst the ethnic groups and foreigners in countries by proper definition of statistical index to measure encourages the role to media, highlight the contribution of minorities in the development of nations, fields, education, emphasizes the need to tackle hate speech, particularly and provide a code of conduct. Encouraging the sports organization should have a view of combating people that are attached to sports participation and other. A delegate of Denmark, are you there in the committee?
Yes, sir.
Could you please explain the point number 6 to the committee?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, delegate.
Yes, sir. So basically, since we know that hate speech has created a lot of racist ideas, even through media, and the police in itself has to take care of these hate crimes. That is why we have developed a system where the police would be trained properly and will be made aware of racist ideas and racist cases, and how the police is supposed to act upon these cases, and a proper training for the police officers so that they do not discourage the hate crimes which come, and take proper actions regarding the same.
Thank you so much, delegate.
Shivam, sir, can I add something?
Go ahead, delegate. Go ahead, sir. Sorry, sir.
Okay, not an issue. Okay, delegates, I don't have any particular question to any particular point, but yeah, again, a general recommendation to this particular draft resolution which I have made. Again, this I have been analyzing since the beginning of the day one, and even on the day two also I realized from your speeches itself. Now the two words, that is hate speeches, two terms basically, hate speeches and hate crimes, right? So at times I am feeling that in the working paper I've also read, and as well as in the DR, you guys are mixing both the terms, right? Firstly, you haven't discussed it accurately, what actually the hate speech means, how it's being carried out by the perpetrators, as well as then comes the hate crimes, right? Now how you can initially stop the roots of the hate crimes being at least conducted in a particular country. So these things were to be these two parameters or these two key terms should have been basically engulfed in this particular, what we can say, the draft resolution. Moreover, rest it's cool, it's pretty good, and it's just a general recommendation for either future conferences or whenever you do this on particular agenda. And one more thing, the major aspect, that is the education. Like, so education point, I guess might have mentioned about it, like regarding teaching curriculum and all, but at least try to mention that into a wider aspect. Yeah, this was the general recommendation of my end, Shyam, sir. You can go ahead.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair, sir. Can the Delegate of French Republic please provide a clarification over the point number 7, clause 7? Delegate of French Republic. Delegate of French Republic, could you please provide a clarity on this? Delegate of Japan, could you please provide a clarity on the point number 7?
Yes, sure. Clause 7 encourages that sport organizations should have a view of combating racism and discrimination. Subclause 1, people are attached to sports participation, and as a result of winning, players belonging to ethnic minorities will develop respect for majorities. So, as mentioned in the clause, sports is very widely endorsed by many people, and many various sports are very famous in many countries. If we promote sport minorities in sports, they can support them, then perhaps hate speech or hate against those minorities will diminish, as seeing those minorities perform, they will earn a respect for them.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Pointed further recommend the member states to implement the 5 dimensions of multicultural education. They are content integration, knowledge construction process, prejudice reduction, and equity pedagogy, and empowering. You can know clarification of point. Point number 10 encourages the member. Now we'll be starting with the voting procedures for the draft resolution. We need a 2/3 majority. That means we need 12 votes to pass this. Delegate of French Republic, you are not audible. So, friend, yeah, you may rejoin the meeting. We'll be waiting for Delegate of France. Delegate of France, are you there in the committee? Delegates, we need a 2/3 majority to pass this resolution. So, delegates wishing to vote for this resolution, please raise their hands. We need 12 votes to pass this resolution.
Excuse me, sir.
Delegate of France, would you like to vote in favor of this resolution?
Sir, I was not in the meeting. Could you please repeat it?
The resolution which has been submitted, are you in favor of that resolution? Cool. By the clear majority, this resolution passes. Congratulations, delegate, for having a successful committee. The resolution has been clearly passed. Now it will be sent to the recommend to the specific bodies, and in regards to that, in particular recommendations, the respective bodies and the organizations will be working on that. Congratulations to all of you. Now we'll be ending the formally committee with a one GSL speech which is left. Do we have someone in the committee? Do we have Madam Director General in the committee?
Do we have anyone from Secretariat or from OC? Shall I call Shyam sir?
No need to call. They might be busy with the ceremony.
Good. So Shyam sir, shall we in this like with taking the question, like how we have to do this, how we are going. Pardon? Can you come again?
We'll be taking only Delegate of France speech.
Yeah. And like one reserve speaker also we have to keep, right, for the other session.
Speech will end the committee.
Okay.
Cool. Haruya, could you please take the speech until then I'm calling the faculty in charge.
Definitely. Okay, delegates. So right now we're in the GSL session. We'll take the last speaker, that is Delegate of France. Delegate of France, are you ready with the GSL? You have 90 seconds left. You have 90 seconds. Just wait. Let me start my time. Just give me 1 sec. I'll give it this option at 60 seconds. Okay. I'll give it this thumbs up at 60 seconds. I can't screen share. Yeah. At the count of 3, 2, 1. Go.
Since the end of the Second World War, France has become an ethnically diverse country. Today, approximately 5% of French population is non-European and non-white. That does not approach the number of non-white citizens in the United States. Nevertheless, it amounts to at least 3 million people and has forced the issues of ethnic diversity onto the French policy agenda. France has developed an approach to dealing with ethnic problems that stands in contrast to that of many advanced industrialized countries. This means that it targets virtually no policies directly at racial or ethnic group. Instead, it uses geographic or class criteria to address issue of social inequality. It has, however, developed an extensive anti-racist policies since the early 1970s. Until recently, French policies focused primarily on issues of hate speeches, going much further than their American counterparts and relatively less on issues of discrimination in jobs, housing, and in provision of goods and services. Long a country of immigration, France has become a multi-ethnic society after World War II, when millions of immigrants arrived on French soil to take up the jobs in boom years between the late 1940s and the early 1970s. The
Delegate of camera is stuck. I'm audible, guys. Or is there any internet issues from my end?
Delegates, as per the Secretariat guidelines, we might need to extend the committee. So now let us know what you guys want to do in the committee on a formal note.
Hello, delegates, could you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Sir.
Yes.
I can't be just wait, we can't only hear you.
Hello.
Okay, so as
Not an issue, delegate. Almost you have elapsed your time.
it ends right now.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Kush, could you please repeat?
You may leave, delegates.
Okay, we can